Fucking hello, what's up? I fucking forgot about fucking my laptop mute button, bro. But I talk about like Golang. I think I will do the Golang. It's only five. Oh, this is something else. It's not about seven. It's like about six. So like, okay, app. Save this. Save this. And then return. Okay, fucking hell. Div cla class name um class name and container, and then div one, copy, paste, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, save that shit. And dot container container display flex. Okay, so this is my React app. So what the fuck is the problem? No, can't found app.css. It's still here, bro, but we don't need this shit right now, so no tension. Component. So what I usually do when this doesn't work, like I close this and reopen this. Okay, module not found, error cannot resolve, CSS in home. I'm really starting in desktop learning basics. App 1 source components. Okay, so problem is in components. Can't find this, but I think then oh. Okay, this works, but why? Oh, not app, brother. Flexbox. CSS. Okay. Box. What the fuck is that? Okay, class name box. And then
These align your boxes with aligner boxes. They have some very basic styles in CSS. To align your boxes with a flexbox layout,
wait, I can do this in Firefox. So I can watch this shit like this. Okay, bro, why the fuck is this black screen in here? CSS React app. Okay, this it is
to
good
address
setup.
the parent element. So we address the body and apply display flex.
Okay, wait the fuck up. I want to like use at least height 200 pixels, width 200 pixels, background color light blue, border solid black. Let's make the font size too. What the fuck is PT, bro? Okay, this not blue. Light sky blue.
Notice how this immediately changed the way the boxes are positioned. They used to be one below the other, and now they are side by side. The display property is a very important CSS property. Most elements have a display of block or inline per default. Block elements take up the entire width of the screen. This results in elements being forced to the next line. When we apply display flex, we leave this system behind and enter a new world. Here, things work differently. Let's add a little border so that we can see the frame of all.
Wait the fuck up. I want to extend this. Okay. What the fuck is that shit? Okay, not this. Okay, CSS unit
Flexbox layout. The most important concepts in Flexbox are the axes along which items are positioned, the main axis and the cross axis. They control the flow of our Flexbox layout. To position your elements, you have to keep both of these axes in mind. Don't worry, I will keep showing them every once in a while. To position your elements anywhere along the main axis, you need the Justify Content property. This property has three basic values. Flex start is at the start of the main axis. This is the default value, which is why our boxes are here at the left side of our screen. Flex end is at the boxes are here at the left side of our screen. Flex end is at the end of the main axis. This will align the boxes on the right side. And center is at the center.
Bro, what the fuck is going on, bro? I want you to stick with this, bro. Why is the sound not coming? Okay. I know that shit, but still worth trying. I like this font, by the way. At first, I was kind of like yuck, but this shit looked like a good handwriting, like with the fucking y-axis longer than average. Okay, let's make it 100 so I can see the fucking gap in this. Okay, this is good. And then
which is why our boxes are here at the left side of our screen. Flex end is at the end of the main axis. This will align the boxes on the right side. And center is at the center of the main axis. So you can use these two lines of code, display flex and justify content center, to center your elements horizontally. By the way, this video is a free sample of our HTML and CSS complete course, so if you like the way we teach and you want to learn more about web development, then get the full course right now. Now let's see how we can align elements vertically. In this case, we need to consider the cross axis. To do this, let's increase the size of the Flexbox layout by applying a min height of 800 pixels in the body. Now we can see that this black border is basically the frame of our Flexbox layout. To center your elements on the cross axis, we use the Align Items property. This property
pixels.
D can have the same values as justify content.
Justify.
So you have flag start for top positioning,
Align
meaning at the start of the cross axis. Flags end for bottom positioning, now they are down here. And of course center to put them in the center. And now we have finally answered how to center a div. You just need these 3 lines of code to center elements along the main and cross axis. Since Flexbox is flexible, this layout will work even if we change the size of the layout. The boxes will always be in the center, no matter if we change the height and width of the body. But justify content and align items can have 3 additional and more complex values. Space between, space around. And space evenly. Space between will distribute the elements from left to right. The first and last element will touch the edge of the layout. Depending on how big the container is, the elements will have a bigger gap in between. And as the entire website, the spacing between the elements adjusts automatically. But here we run into a slight inconsistency that just triggers my OCD. Since the right space of the box adds up with the left space of the second box, it will result in these spaces being twice as big as the spaces that we have to the edges. If you don't want that, you can use space evenly. Here all the spaces are the same size. And now finally the gaps are perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And of course, all of these values are completely flexible. They adjust perfectly when the size of the container changes. And that's the whole point of using Flexbox. Theoretically, you could achieve the same thing centering a div and positioning your elements using only margins and padding, but they are just not as flexible as a Flexbox layout. By the way, you can use the same values on the align items property as well. But in this case it wouldn't make sense, since we only have 1 row of content. The boxes will all just be at the start of the cross axis. But it is possible to use these values on the cross axis, as you will learn later once the layouts get more complex. For now, let's learn about another interesting Flexbox property, which is flex direction. To understand it easier, let's remove align items and just use justify content flex start for now. The flex direction property controls the direction of the main axis. Its default value is row, which makes the main axis go from left to right. You could also use row reverse to make it go from right to left. Looking at the numbers, we can see that it starts counting from the right. But this property also changed the way our justify content value works. Now, as the main axis...
Bro, what does it... Bro, oh fucking hell. Oh. It should be this, bro. Yeah, nah. Column is horizontal, bro. I fucking forgot about that. This space in between, okay.
Goes from right to left, the value flex start is on the right side, and flex end is on the left side. You can also make the main axis go from top to bottom by applying flex direction column. Now the elements are no longer side by side, but instead on top of each other. Since the direction of the main axis changed, the direction of the cross axis changed as well. Now if you want to center these boxes horizontally, you no longer use justify content, but instead align items. Since justify content aligns the elements on the main axis, which goes from top to bottom, it doesn't make sense now to use it. We need to use align items center to center them on the cross axis. So I hope you understand that it is really important to remember the flex direction of your layout, as this completely changes the way all the other properties work. But in this case, you want the body from top to... Since justify content aligns row. This will align the elements side by side. But you're also going to want to change it to flex direction column when you want your elements to be aligned vertically. Here is a very common use case scenario. You want your entire website to stay the same. Everything is aligned vertically, but you also want to center everything horizontally. Then you would go to the body and apply display flex, flex direction column, and align items center. And with that, every element will automatically be centered horizontally. Alright, let's get back to our starting point, display flex. There are a few more simple flexbox properties before it gets complicated. The gap property will create
remove this here too.
create a gap between our items. This property is very simple and you no longer need to use margins inside a flexbox layout. For example, let's give our boxes a gap of 20 pixels. And as we can see, now every box has a nice little gap in between. The flex wrap property can make your flexbox layout responsive using only one line of code. You either have wrap or no wrap. If you use flex wrap, you will get a responsive layout that will align your items on the next line if we don't have enough space. Resizing the window will
What is this to here, bro? What the fuck is even going on here? What is even going on in here, bro?
show how the elements flow to the next line when necessary. If you use flex wrap no wrap, that will not happen, and instead the boxes will shrink together. Using a flex wrap of wrap will make the elements flow to the next line. If we want this layout to be centered using justify content center and align item center, we
wait. Okay. Align center.
We end up with this layout.
Wrap.
Why the gap between the first line and the second line is so big will become clear once we have a few more boxes. So let's say we have 9 boxes in HTML. Just add a few boxes and number them properly. Then the flexbox layout will have more line breaks when we use flex wrap. The issue that we are running into is that we no longer have one main axis and one cross axis. But every line has its own main and cross axis. In this case, we have 3 of them. The align items property will only control the alignment along each individual cross axis. Flex start puts the boxes at the start of each cross axis. Flex end at the end, and center in the center. But now we also need another CSS property to control the alignment of all the lines together. For that, we use align content. Align content has a default value of space round. And this is why the gaps between the lines are so big. We can also apply space between or space evenly to change that. This align content. Align content has a default value of space round. And this is why the gaps between the lines are so big. We can also apply space between or space evenly to change that. And of course we can also use the basic values flex start, flex end, and center. So the difference between align content and align items is align items will control the alignment along the cross axis of every flexbox line individually, and align content will control the alignment of all lines together. Ultimately, the perfectly centered layout in Flexbox is when you center all 3 of these
Okay.
properties and wrap the elements automatically when necessary. Justify content center.
Oh, let me stretch. Bro, I've been in the bed 24/7, bro. I went out to buy a port for my friend, and she is still here. And after that, I'm still here.
Align item center and align content center. By the way, when we have a layout like this, where there are horizontal gaps and vertical gaps, then you can...
Wait the fuck out, wait, this.
actually split the gap property into two different properties, row gap and column gap. You can use these to apply different values for the horizontal and vertical gaps. Let's say column gap is 10 pixels and row gap is 20 pixels. This way we apply...
Why does this do this then? Column gap mean column gap in this. Okay, 100. Okay, 10. Okay, whole gap 10 pixels. Why the fuck is there no pause button, bruh? Wait, I need to go somewhere. My grandfather is calling me. I'm gonna put this in a mute. Guys, I'm back. Where was we?
Apply different values for the horizontal and vertical gaps. But most likely you will not need that, and just use the normal gap property to control both at the same time. These properties are not so important on Flexbox, but they will become interesting when you have more complex layouts in Grid later in the course. By now, you should have a good understanding of alignment on Flexbox. Using these Flexbox properties and their different combinations of values, you can create any alignment possibility you want. And of course, if you don't know by now, you can also use Flexbox in every other HTML element as well. It does not have to be the body. For example, a little thinking exercise for beginners. If we want to center the numbers inside the boxes, which are currently at the top left corner, how would you do that? How can you center the numbers inside the boxes? Pause the video and
okay, boxes, display flex. I'm obviously not a beginner, man, so I know this shit. Justify content center. The center. Okay, got you.
try it out yourself. The answer is pretty straightforward. We do the same thing as earlier, but now inside the box selector. Display flex to enable Flexbox. Justify content center for the main axis and align item center for the cross axis. And this way we centered the numbers inside the boxes. Obviously, you can use all the different combinations we talked about with flex start and flex end here as well. Now let's move on to something very powerful in Flexbox. You don't always have to wrap elements in Flexbox. You can also resize them responsively. So, our next goal is this layout where the boxes grow and shrink responsively. To do that, let's go back to our layout of 5 boxes in HTML. So remove a few boxes so that we have 5 boxes again. In CSS, we remove any Flexbox properties except display flex and gap of 10 pixels. This is as simple as it gets. Now, since we have no flex wrap applied, the boxes will be resized automatically if the viewport gets too small. This behavior can be specified using flex shrink.
What the
Display
fuck
flex
even happened?
and gap of 10 pixels. This is as simple as it gets. Now, since we have no flex wrap applied, the boxes will be resized automatically if the viewport gets too small. This behavior can be specified using flex shrink. And interestingly, this is something that you apply on the flex items, not on the flex container. Inside the boxes, we can apply a flex shrink of 0, for example. This will prevent the shrinking of the boxes. They can no longer be resized and will overflow the container. This is also the case for every non-Flexbox layout. When you have the problem of overflowing elements like this, then consider using Flexbox to either wrap the elements to the next line or enable flex shrink with a value of 1 to make them shrink automatically. But remember, flex shrink of 1 is the default value. You can imagine this property like a switch that you can turn on and off. Now, when we have with a value of 1 to make them shrink, will overflow the container. This can be specified using flex shrink. And interestingly, this is something that you apply on the flex items, not on the flex container. Inside the boxes, we can apply a flex shrink of 0, for example. This will prevent the shrinking of the boxes. They can no longer be resized and will overflow the container. This is also the case for every non-Flexbox layout. When you have the problem of overflowing elements like this, then consider using Flexbox to either wrap the elements to the next line or enable flex shrink with a value of 1 to make them shrink automatically. But remember, flex shrink of 1 is the default value. You can imagine this property like a switch that you can turn on and off. Now, when we have flex shrink applied, we can see how the boxes resize automatically. Currently, we are addressing every box the same way.
Fuck you, man. Let's delete this, no wrap. Okay, gap. What the fuck? This disappeared. What the fuck? This was supposed to go with it. Okay, if I do want a
using the class. So every box has the same flex shrink value. But you can also use different flex shrink values on each item. So in HTML, I give the first box an ID, box 1. I want to style this one differently. when I address this box
in box 1, okay.
in CSS, I could give this box a flex string of 0, for example, and the other ones still have a flex string of 1. This will result in this behavior. Every element shrinks when necessary, except the first one. It will stay the same. You could use this intentionally if you don't want specific elements to shrink. For example, if you don't want to distort an image or icon, then it is pretty useful to disable flex shrink on that element. Now, flex shrink is pretty useful, but actually what I use way more often is its counterpart, flex grow. Flex grow enables elements to grow, meaning to stretch along the main axis. Its default value is 0, so elements do not grow per default. But once you enable it, flex grow 1, all the flex items try to fill out the empty space inside their parent element. This means if there's more empty space, the elements will be bigger, they grow. Flex grow tries to fill out all the available space inside the parent element. And of course, you can address specific elements and apply a different grow behavior. Let's say for the boxes, the flex grow is 0, so they cannot grow, but box number 1 can grow. And as you can see, we end up with this effect where only the first element will grow. I used this exact behavior when I developed the to-do application. Here, the to-do text grows as much as possible, while the checkbox, the delete button and all the other elements should not be able to grow. This is a very useful technique to resize specific elements depending on the screen size, so you will use it very often when making a website responsive.
Okay,
Flex grow and flex shrink are not only a boolean that you can turn on and off, but they also work as a multiplier. You can assign even higher numbers than 1. They only make sense if they are compared with each other. For example, let's give the boxes a flex grow of 1 and the first box a flex grow of 5. Now, every element has the ability to grow, but the first one does it 5 times faster. This element will be bigger than the others, but every element can potentially grow. So you can basically apply different grow values to control how much of the empty space they should fill. This does not mean that this box is 5 times bigger. As we can see, per default they are all the same size. But only when there's new empty space to fill out. Then this element will reserve 5 times more of that new space than the other elements. And the same thing can be done for flex shrink. Now, the first box shrinks 5 times faster than the others. And of course, you can address every element on its own and apply a different value for flex grow and flex shrink. But I never had a situation where this specific feature was being used, since most times you just want to turn on and off the grow and shrink ability for the elements in a balanced way, where they all behave the same way. This whole system of flex grow and flex shrink becomes even more powerful when you combine it with minimum and maximum sizes, such as min width and max width. Because then you can define where the flex shrink and flex grow should stop. You can say my boxes should be able to grow, flex grow of 1, but they should not become bigger than 300 pixels each, max width 300 pixels. Now the elements grow, up to the point where they reach their maximum size. And the same for flex shrink. They can shrink, but only until they reach a minimum width of, let's say, 100 pixels. This will make them shrink in the browser as expected, but once they reach that size of 100 pixels, the elements will overflow. And of course, overflowing elements is something that you should avoid, but size. And the same for flex shrink. They can shrink, but only until they reach a minimum width of, let's say, 100 pixels. This will make them shrink in the browser as expected, but once they reach that size of 100 pixels, the elements will overflow. And of course, overflowing elements is something that you should avoid. But sometimes your elements should not get any smaller and need a minimum width. To solve the overflowing problem, remember that earlier we talked about flex wrap. size of 100 pixels, the elements will overflow. And of course, overflowing elements is something that you should avoid. But sometimes your elements should not get any smaller and need a minimum width. To solve the overflowing problem, remember that wrap. We can't combine flex shrink and flex wrap by just using a media query. Normally, we use flex shrink and flex wrap is disabled with no wrap. But once the screen size gets too small and the min width causes the element to overflow, then we apply a flex wrap of wrap, and the element wraps to the next line. And this is a beautiful example of how easy it can be to make your website responsive. You just use flex shrink, and once you don't want it to shrink anymore, then you use a flex wrap. A special feature of Flexbox that I don't really see that often being used is the align self property. This property works just as align items, but you use it on the flex items. That means, let's say we have an align items of flex start.
Bro, why is
To
this
overflow,
not working, by the
then
way?
we apply a flex wrap of wrap, and the element wraps to the next line. And this is a beautiful example of how easy it can be to make your website responsive. You just use flex shrink, and once you don't want it to shrink anymore, then you use a flex wrap. A special feature of Flexbox that I don't really see that often being used is the align self property. This property works just as align items, but you use it on the flex items. That means, let's say we have an align items of flex start. And for some reason, we want to isolate the first box and apply something else that is not flex start. Align self of flex end, for example. This will position only the first box at flex end, and everything else stays flex start. Of course, center is also possible. So you can use this property to align self one item differently on the cross axis.
Okay.
But unfortunately, I have
I'm
not
just
found a
done.
similar Flexbox property for the main axis. Let's say we have a general justified content of flex end, and we want the first item to be flex start. It's only logical to assume that the property justify self works the same for the main axis. But unfortunately it doesn't, since justify self is actually a property that you use in CSS grid, as you are going to learn later of flex end, and we want the first item to be flex start. It's only logical to assume that the property justify self works the same for the main axis. But unfortunately it doesn't, since justify self is actually a property that you use in CSS grid, as you are going to learn later in the course. If you want to achieve the desired layout, where only the first element is on the left side and every other element is on the right, then you would use the old school solution of margin right auto. This is a very useful technique for navigation bars.
What?
Actually a property that you use in CSS grid, as you are going to learn later in the course. If you want to achieve the desired layout, where only the first element is on the left side and every other element is on the right, then you would use the old school solution of margin right auto. This is a very useful technique for navigation bars. Here you want your company logo on the left side and everything else on the right side. So just use margin right auto. Now we already know a lot about CSS Flexbox layouts. But before we dive into grid layout on the right, then you would use the old school solution of margin right auto. This is a very useful technique for navigation bars. Here you want your company logo on the left side to be flex start. It's only logical to assume that the property justify self works the same for the main axis. But unfortunately it doesn't, since justify self is actually a property that you use in CSS Grid, as you are going to learn later in the course. If you want to achieve the desired layout, where only the first element is on the left side and every other element is on the right, then you would use the old school solution of margin right auto. This is a very useful technique for navigation bars. Here you want your company logo on the left side and everything else on the right side. So just use margin right auto. Now we already know a lot about CSS Flexbox layouts. But before we dive into grid layouts, let's summarize the key takeaways of Flexbox. You can position everything anywhere inside a Flex container if you consider the main and cross axes, and their properties, justify content, and align items. You can wrap elements to the next line using flex wrap of wrap. You can also resize elements using flex grow and flex shrink and apply different values for each element if that is what you want. Combining all of that with minimum and maximum sizes and media queries, you can already achieve most layouts that you have in mind. But if you want to create more complex layouts, or you just want to simplify your code, then let me introduce CSS Grid, because there are actually things that are easier in Grid and work with even fewer lines of code. Here's a common situation: how to center a div. An experienced Flexbox guy would say just use display flex, justify content center, and align item center. And that's fine. But a grid layouts guy would say, hold on, 3 lines of code, I can do it in 2. Display grid, place content center. Now if you want to learn CSS Grid in Flexbox in a practical way by building advanced projects like this landing page that uses modern Flexbox and grid sections, then I strongly recommend that you get our HTML and CSS complete course using the first link in the video description. My name is Fabian and this was Coding to Go, the channel where you learn the most relevant.
Okay, that's it is good. So Chat GPT. In my previous what you call that shit, chat log, where we talked about CSS intermediate to advanced, so I just learned Flex with a YouTube video which was 20 minutes long, and he talked about a lot of things, and I want to try that shit like in my fucking the project that is coming up. So I'm using a little bit of React from what I learned with functional components, simple one with CSS in it. So like my plan was to make a what do you call that, like teacher student boss employees that assign stuff, and like timer deadline stuff. So I only learned Flex. So what kind of page should I build, or what is the software that can help me make me inspired design for what I'm trying to build. So this is kind of want to make it professional, so I'm considering a lot of factors in it. So what should I make with Flex? A Flexbox? No, not a Flexbox. Or Navbar? Or the content? What should I build, brother? That's what I'm trying to say to you. So like, can you like list out what I can build, or if you think the other software are better, so for design inspiration, so can you link it out as well? And that's all. Who is funding this AI, brother? I heard life. Build a dashboard. What the fuck is a dashboard? That's you. Sidebar. Okay. Okay, this is so cool, my nigga. Sorry about that, all my fellow black people. I'm sorry about that. I'm ashamed of myself. Fucking hell, bro. I think I should use grid for this and use flexbox for this like type stuff. And for what do I do for a graph, my guy? Okay, Figma. So, I think I should make a dashboard or for the customer. So like, um, no, my what I'm thinking is that while looking at the picture, you send the fuck. So looking at the picture you sent me, I think like I should use flex for like nav stuff, and that is horizontal, and the main fucking stuff should be like grid, cause it's kind of bit complicated. And what should I do for graph that tracks real time stuff and that stuff like. So is graph made from graph QL or something that sounds like alike, or what do you think? This shit is so cool, but dribble. And so I love this shit. Or is there anything better than this? Fuck it. What I love is what I gonna build, bitch. Okay. Fucking save this shit. Save this image in fucking desktop. Save that shit. Okay. Okay, why? Bro, why don't. Okay. Why am in this shit? Bruh. I don't know what that is. So this is flex. This is flex. Like this is flex. Okay, I'm gonna build this shit. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it in here. Nap. Nap. Nap bar. With the. Okay. I gotta like open this shit. Nap bar. Okay. Nap bar. Okay, let's do like component. Okay, typeset, and then flexbox not. Nav bar the JS. Okay, import React from React, export default nav bar. Function nav bar. Okay, I exported it, and then nav bar that, save that shit. Okay, that's it. It's clean. bro, I broke something when fixing that fucking floss in the toilet. I think he's mad at me. Okay, where? Okay, where the image? Okay, then navbar. Navbar should have something else. Okay, that's it. Okay, what the fuck is this problem? Module not found. Bruh, this. Oh, fucking hell. This is supposed to be a file, bruh. Okay. Okay. This should have pictures. Let's make this the same. Return div default. Okay, of wrapper and stuff. Okay, image. This extend to something. With fucking what do you call that shit? What do you call that shit, bruh? Okay, what do you call that shit? What we gonna do? Logo. Um. Content. setting. I am okay. Content, image, logo. Let's put this in a div. Class also mapper nav. Okay. Dot nav display flex. The fuck is going on, bruh? Class name nav. Bro, it's not working. Why is that shit? Oh boy. Style slash. The fuck? Okay, let me run this shit again. Okay, this is for OBS. Okay, code again. Okay, say this shit. Bro, it found this shit. What the fuck is even going on, brother? Okay. Bro, when this should happen. Okay, dot slash component style slash nav border CSS. Okay, this works. Okay. What the fuck is this? Flex direction column. Align, justify, align content, space between. The fuck is going on, bruh? Does gap even work? This work. Okay, gap works. Auto. No, then okay, I haven't even height. Min height 100 rem. Mean height, border 3 pixel, solid black. Width 30 pixels. No, 100 pixels. Okay. I got a backup, bruh. Column. Justify is for rows and column is for align. Item. Center. Oh fuck. Is this the exact opposite? Justify content center. Percentage minimum height, max height. VS, bruh. I forgot about that VS, bruh. I know that shit. Hide it absolute 100 VH. Okay, 100 VH. Space in between. Then item center, and what that shit about? Okay. Wait the fuck up. Okay, 90. What do you call that? what do you call that? Mm, Bird app. Dog. Okay, do I even need that? So like, okay, abbreviate. So let me add some flexbox. Let add. Okay, so let me search navbar image. Not images, the fucking button or something. Icons. Okay, I'm gonna do what I want. So like what I want is kind of dark, like this. Regular. Okay, this setting is move to that. Oh fucking hell, that's a good idea, bro. White one. I like that. White one. Where the fuck is the white one? White. Okay. White. White. Okay. So let's do what it has for now. Regular. Okay. This stuff. Okay. This stuff as VZ. Okay. In style now. CSS never. I need a logo for real. So let's make that a cat. Like I used to. Notification. No. Like notifications, kind of. Okay, regular. Setting 2. Okay. Delete. 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 Envelope. Calendar. Rocket. Okay, that's good. I got 5, but okay. Oh fuck it. What I wanted, I have not this. Okay, neighbor style. Okay, how many do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4. Last one. Gotta be a logo. Cat logo. Cat. So I got that in. Can I? Black. Windows. Website icon to white with CSS. What the fuck is this? So delete that. I need a cat icon. No background. Okay, I like this. Okay. What I can do right now is convert image src equals to something, and then something like this. Okay, slash self closing logo dot slash. Okay, public image. Okay, so this is kind of nice. Okay. Okay, this is good. And then image height 20 pixels. Display fixed. No, that's ain't cool. This shit is too big, I guess. Like 40. What does the image say, bro? One is broken. Why is that? Let me see. Calendar. Hear me out, hear me out. This should be right here. Bottom, top, 20 pixels. Bottom, 20 pixels. Now 30. This image should be the logo should be height. Okay. Black, and then this should have. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Body margin. Okay, and icon, image, filter, invert one. Wait, hold the fuck up. I want to see it. 1 0 1. Invert that shit. Okay, that's it. Look cool, bruh. That's it. Look cool. Okay, and then okay, this it is kind of useful. Kind, not gonna lie. Okay, and then what's next? Okay. BORD border, box shadow, 3 pixel, white, kind of like mm, okay. Let's see. Border, radius 20 pixels, nah, 50 pixels. Okay, that look kind of good. And let's like copy, paste this, and remove this to become like that. And guys, what do you think about this? This look way too dang good, bruh. This is the best thing I ever made, bruh. What the fuck? Settings. This stuff too. Okay, on click. On click. On hover. that here, logo, and rest of the image hover, height 70 pixels. That's too big. 50 pixels. The fuck is you, bro? Hmm, 64. Nah. Others should be like 43 pixels. Who the fuck is you, bro? Dot image hover height 63 pixel in dot image dot logo. Settings. I think I should drop it everything's this. Let's go with 50. Let's go with 50. Let's go with 30. 30, 50. Okay, I can add much more down in the line. So like this shit is too dang cool for me to like. Okay, what happens when I do this, do this, do this, do this? What the fuck? Hello. Although it is not affect your the column nav bar, can you suggest me what to add? Not the code. Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. So like add the CSS. Add the CSS. Copy. Paste. Okay, navbar. JS. Nab. Nab. The CSS. Copy. Paste. Okay. For a beginner, this actually clean vertical layout, space section, good use of flex direction column. Basically, you get like you together what you build. Top logo, middle icon, yeah, SAS board sidebar. I know it's just icon, no interactive state, no what the fuck is that? No identity right now. Uh, This icon, no interaction state, no user context level. Let's level it up. Active state. Right now, when I click, there's nothing visual change. Um, Processes are always show which section is active. Where current brother. How hover feedback make you feel you but scaling height changes layout slightly and can feel jumpy. Okay. Over background cover. Save. That feels to so let's move over from this setting logo over background bubble icon smooth translation thing smooth not aggressive tooltip since you are icon only but it's only 100 pixel wide and user don't know what each icon meant tooltip on hover uh, tool tip never on you guessing tool tip in CSS. Okay, tooltip, okay. Tooltip containers, style, tooltip, position, okay. So let's not mess with it right now, cause, okay. Hold up, this is flex. I am have not learned like position and stuff, so this is flex, but I like this feedback. Keep it up, and can I what can I do to improve this flex? Keep it purified, no position, no fancy trick like what if align slightly left? Improve visual rhythm. Right now spacing is I want to add his hover, no height change, but background, and while doing that, the image take what it supposed to take, not the itself. And first whole expands straight along. What? So this is the end. Man, lie. Okay, nap stay the same. Okay, image take what is supposed to take. So div name equals to ALEND calendar wrapper. Okay. Okay, we're getting into that. So copy it, paste, paste, copy, paste, paste, paste. Not this, bro. Where the fuck did it came from, bro? No calendar list. Be envelope wrapper. Bits in the ground just wasting away. Let's see what happened. and trans. Justified content is that say align center is that, and then what I want to do is like, okay, this beautiful thing so, uh, why is the height changing, man? Okay, I think of that, and then what I can do is like, the fuck is you talking about, bro? And then that's the same and height. Okay, so let's not use content image gap. So this is it. Height 20 pixels, and then image height 20 pixels. justify content, align items, sender. Okay, height 60. Okay, and then move this border and hover. Okay, that's it. Look clean, not gonna lie. Same with the settings. These settings too, bro. Background color. Hover. Okay. Icon wrapper. Let's not do it. Okay, icon wrapper. Where is that? Say icon wrapper. Okay, hover. My 80 pixels. Icon wrapper. And then class name. to like what do you call that shit? Content image, what the fuck? Okay, let me do this. Const. And now, what my concern is that while hovering on the settings, it's like the curvature of the back of the nav bar. It exceeds that, and there is a rectangular over the semicircle stuff, and it's kinda don't look good. So can you teach me that? The setting is too big. Who the fuck is you, bro? Wait, bro, I need to eat dinner, so I will be back in like 20 minutes. So skip 20 minutes. Cause if I pause, it's gonna stop the file, and in Linux you can fucking pause, bruh. That's my only concern. So bye for now. Okay.
Okay, I was back like 30 minutes, but I'm really sorry about that. And let's do what we do. So, like, I. And. Mm, not this, bro. Oh, this. Professional. Bro, give me a fucking what the fuck. Okay, using React. Bobbit. Sick is bound in the town. Okay, this is like cool. I don't like that fucking. I'm not gonna make like animation stuff like when you scroll it like do something. Okay, where the fuck? Okay, where? How can I visit the website? Okay, that's nice. Zoom out, zoom in. SQL engineer, author. About me. Uh, like when I zoom out, bro, what the fuck? Okay, overflow hidden, high 200 pixel border radius, fit cover. Okay, CSS, website layout.
Hi there, my
Yeah.
front-end friends. As you may or may not know, I have a Discord community where people can ask for help with problems that they're running into. And there's one mistake that people seem to make over and over and over again, which is using viewport units for all sorts of things. And most of the time, they're a terrible choice. So let's take a look at some of the problems that people run into with them and better solutions for what they're trying to do. So one of the first things that I see surprisingly often is this right here, which is about putting viewport units on HTML, or instead of this, sometimes it's the body as well. And especially 100 viewport width, it's not exactly what you might think it is, and it also depends on the operating system and the browser you're using. So let's jump into VS Code and see why this is a problem to begin with. And it's mostly around this, even though the height 100 VH can also cause a couple of problems. And we're going to look at issues and how we can solve them here. And the issue with this one, to start with, if we jump over to the browser, is we get horizontal scrolling. And you might not get this if you're on a...
Oh, wait the fuck up. Wait the fuck.
browser that has...
Nah, it's still the same. It's 90.
a floating scroll bar, but I'm on Windows, which in Chrome at least and in general doesn't have it. So if I have there, declare it, the height of 100 VH can actually cause a lot of problems. So I've added some CSS here. We're going to go back to the HTML in a second to see what it's doing. But the main thing is we have this height 100 VH on the header.
So like what kinda fix the problem or give me a like I think I should use like my 100 VH and then not this flexbox and then navbar 100 React app 725 725. Okay, got you. 725 725 pixels. Mm-hmm. 750 height. Reload this shit. Okay, like let's try. Let's try. What the fuck is that shit? 800 pixels. That look good. And then I think I should learn position and stuff. So this is good. And where the fuck is the original idea? this, and then what the fuck? Delete this shit. Delete this shit. Delete this shit. Delete this. Where the fuck is component? What should I name it? The fucking name is kind of bugging me out, bruh. This, let's call this dashboard. This is nav, and then this is the to-do list. Preview board, bruh. Oh fucking hell. Delete this. Preview board.js, and then this should look like function. Default preview board, and let's import that. Preview board. Okay, preview board, and this should have something like, okay, this should obviously have return. This should this should have fucking div, and then this should have something like, what is this? Container div class name equals progress. That shit is good. And div class name div class name to reminders. Okay, save this shit, and then what should it have? Okay, what is this, my guy? Progress. Okay, I need to send this to fucking ChatGPT, bruh. How the fuck am I supposed to drop anything? Okay. Leave this here and chatgpt.com, and then send the group chat now. Close sidebar. Log out, and log in with my another auth login and use Google. Bro, not this. I got Apple. The fuck? I got Chrome. What the fuck is that? Google Chrome. Google Chrome. Google Chrome. ChatGPT. Login. Don't do this from here, bruh. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'll just send you a picture. Let's do that shit. And then I'm trying to do the HTML CSS for the black stuff in the top right corner. How can I do that? Bro, I know that much, but how the fuck am I supposed to? I know that. What? Okay. Out of there. Because well, width 100, high background radius, overflow. Okay. Where's the fill? this line control everything. Pausing is second center progress. So it's like that. So I'm not gonna do that. So right now I'm focused on this. So like preview board, container, progress, to-do list. Okay, div. Div progress bar, progress bar, and then div progress estimate time. So at 6 ESTA estimate processing. Okay, Oh, what? I can do that. HTML 4 to 5. Business days. Brother, BUTTUM button. View status. Okay. Import. What happened? I think there is a fucking error because it couldn't find that fucking shit. I knew this shit would come. Save. Bruh, it's in. Okay, my bad. Component style slash yeah, preview the CSS. Okay. Okay, does this cover all of the shit? Div content. Wait the fuck up. Okay, work done. Progress in progress. Okay, that shit is good. Why is this in here, brother? I need you. What the fuck is that, man? Like, I need you to be in somewhere, not there. So, like, container. The container. Though this works. But why don't display flex, brother? Container. No, this should not work. Container. Copy. Paste. Okay, this kind. Display flex. Why is this not displaying flex? This shouldn't display flex, but this. Okay, I think. Oh fucking hell! I haven't completed that shit then. Okay. React app. These two, and then these two, and then your to-do list. I haven't done that. Payroll. On order list. List image payroll. Copy, that's it. 3. Okay, and then reminders card. Okay, that's it, look good. And then what I need to do is board meeting. Okay, BOA. This is the 8 at 6:00 p.m. Reminder card. Okay, so display flex. Okay, flex direction column. Why is this in here, not in here, bro? I want you to be in here, bro. What the fuck? Inspect. Okay, div content, class contain nav, container nav, container. Nav container, bro. I'm it doesn't go beside the nav. It goes to the what do you call that shit? But goes to the next line after the nav. Because it is okay. Block. Display flex. Okay, I didn't know div was block. didn't understand why it shows that, but yes, no.
Content layer combination is powerful. Horizontal. Okay. Preview board. I think this is it. Preview work, and I need to see this stuff. Okay, container flex. Justify content, align content is okay. Bro, it's only taking up this much space, bro. Okay, what can I do? Like, um, what do you call as it, bruh? Nap to the left and the I don't know how to do preview go to the right. Betaine, bro. Okay, then let's not do that. I fucking got that. Okay. Like gap, and if I add something in here that covers it up, it will fucking push this it to the last. But I really like that idea. So let's leave that shit there, and where the fuck is that? Okay, original, and I want progress card. Okay. Color, color white, background color black. Mm, minimum width 300 pixels. Good. Um, then let's do like okay, and then height, minimum height. Okay, then display flex direction column, and then uh, like align. Yes, align on center, ENTS center, and okay, that's good. Okay, padding from every info pixel. Well, I use bro. This is so sick, bro. Okay. Why is the deadline so small? Add 6, add 4, add 4. So let's make the dead deadline. I'll pick that column. Gap. Why is deadline only taking? What is this here? Why is this taking so dang big? Wait the fuck up. Why is this taking so big? Why is this there? All the lines are there. Why are the other lines there, bruh? Like, do I need to make justify contents in there? Why is the gap in between here, bro? The fuck? In that bar. Okay. Where's the...
Okay. Deadline, paragraph. Okay, they got margin. Zero, brother. What you need, bruh? Okay, that's it. Bruh, is that? Why is the margin in between here? Okay, but there's still a gap. What is going on here? The deadline. That's 4, comma. Yeah, I want to do it in general. Let's do that. Paragraph. No, that doesn't work. Okay, wait. And then button, the view button. I want the button. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Like progress bar. Bro, why is padding out there? Bro, I want padding inside, brother. What the fuck is going on here? Like 30. And then 100. Okay, okay. Got you. Got you, got you. It's my fault, my fault, my fault. My fault, my fault. Okay. BADD and the padding. 30 pixel. It's gonna be not good for me. Padding 20. And then let's do that. And then estimated. Yeah, by 20 pixels. Okay, fucking hell, I fucking forgot. Gap 20 pixels. That's too much. 10. And bro, ain't this supposed to be justify? Yes, it's supposed to be justify. Justify content. I think this should be self. Ain't that right? Ain't that? And then this should be what the fuck? Progress. Okay, preview bar. Progress bar. Progress bar. Three pixels. 4 pixels. Wait the fuck up, bruh. Learning basics. Okay. Oh, then I should have flexible. No, flex box. Yes. Okay, margin right auto. I know that. Okay, align item center. Box. Bruh, 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 bruh. This shit is so simple. Margin top auto. There we go. Why does my look so chopped, bruh? Is this cause of my font or something? Okay. Let's do what we do, bruh. One 92 pixel. With this much 720 pixels. Okay. Padding should like compress. Pixel.
1920 pixel, 100 pixel. Then what is that?
But like in professionals, they use like pixels so that when they zoom out, when a person zoom out, the fucking all of the screen doesn't like look so weird. I mean professional. So like when I'm using flex, like when I zoom out, it the fucking what do you call that shit? The side nav bar stick to the left, and something in the left stick to the side, and in the middle it stays in the middle, and there's a huge gap in it. In professionals, and when we zoom out, the whole page zoom out with it, like it stay together type shit. Yeah, yeah, okay, I don't need to add height. Yeah, yeah, it's look kind of It's kind of looking professional, like from the get go. By not gonna lie. Okay, that this looks okay. Okay, then I'm feeling bored, but let's finish this and learn some grid in it, and then stop for the day. Gotta do something about this, and I need to learn position stuff to like reminders card. This need to have width. The backend stuff is really not that tiresome as the fucking UI, but what can we do? We gotta do what we gotta do, bitch. Is it 11 already? Yes, it's fucking 11. So, like, mm, 5 hour of fucking CSS. Okay, alright. Is this grid? I think this is grid. तेरा सब रिश्ता जो गीला. So I think I won't be learning grid now because I don't have time to practice that stuff.
So like, okay, I'm not getting a job with this HTML and CSS. I'm just doing it for the fun of it. For the first time, I really feel like I built something, bruh. No, 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 this is not responsive. Okay. Does it also have padding? Nah. Not text decoration. Margin. Sorry about that.
The fuck, I'm getting way into CSS, right? I mean, like, Captain. to remove it. I mean, like, what the why is there, bruh? No fucking hell, this was so simple, man. This was way too simple, bruh. this is not a good practice for copying all of this, and this is an inbuilt, but for now it's okay. For production here and there. Mm, oh, okay, that's all for today. I'm getting kind of fucking tired of this. But I'm happy how this turned out, and how this turned out. Let me take a break, bro. What the fuck? I'm doing way too much for brother. I just learned Flex, and this is too easy, brother. Okay. Um. Okay, this is for that. And what the fuck did ChatGPT tell me to do? Relearning CSS utils. Okay, I think I will be continuing some kind of. I thought I would be learning fucking. What do you call Mm, I thought I would learn cloud, but what happened, bruh? Create an empty file. I think I'm kind of good. Sorry about that. I'm kind of proud of what I did, but this is just a static page for now. So adding backend and stuff. Bro, am I ever gonna get a fucking job or something while doing Node, bro? What the fuck, man? This is kind of dumb, bro. Okay. So, like, I've been coding non-stop for... not non-stop. For like... Okay. Like around 4 hours in CSS. Bro, what I wanted to do was learn cloud, bro. What the fuck am I even doing, bro? HTML CSS is supposed is kind of in the low priority right now, cause like, it. What I want to do is not HTML and JavaScript. No, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is not what I want to do. What I want to do is AWS and stuff right now, and learn Go to migrate from my current skill set to that, and maybe combine with the fucking cloud or something. I want to do that, and fucking every fucking page, like, CS is cooked. Stuff like that is kind of making me sad, bruh. CS major. Okay. For context behind it, I'm singing year to year. I'm starting to learn and having all my code, ask, saving response and advice on that. Overwhelming a study. Not to be diabolic, but it had changed my life since I have since export all my code and project that got me thinking a minute ago. What other things are there that every programmer should know about? Thanks. Learn how to debug properly. Once I moved from printf, made it here, to placing breaking points, examining variables, and stepping through code I ascended as a developer. I now levitate, and my code compiles successfully first try. want to see news, bro. Always trust an Asian dude, but what the fuck is this face, bro? You haven't been brushing your teeth or you even the fucking veneers? Bruh, even if yeah, bruh, I can't read that all. That's it. Mm, Summarize it. It's a simple, clear, automatic transition, even though you want to do AI. So a lot of folks keep asking how to get into cloud engineering fast, like within 6 months, and honestly, definitely possible if you stay consistent. Cloud isn't something you learn by just watching videos. You actually got a build and break stuff. Here's the roadmap I wish someone gave me all real. Month one, get your fundamentals straight. Start with basics. Learn how the cloud actually work. What is IAM? What is compute, storage, networking, virtualization, containers. Don't jump into E2, EC2, and Lambda without understanding why they even exist. Pick AWS, the enterprise, monthly, Linux networking, you can solve. This is on basic information, file system, SSS package. Then network, don't skip it. Learn VPD, subnet routing, CIDR, um, security group, load balancers. People fear networking for no reason, but in a just logical step. Hands-on cloud service, start building small, then deploy or simple website on EC2 or Azure VM. Create S3 bucket or Azure storage account. Play with IAM role policies and locking things down. Once you understand, they move into serverless. Try Lambda or Azure function. Make small automation script. For DevOps basic model. In DevOps too, not super hardcore, but you need to know Git, CD, Docker, and bit of even basic level is enough. At the start, the month should be hands-on. Deploy app using Docker container. Push the ECR connect pipeline to deploy automatically. Month 5, build a real project. Now make 3 or stuff like multi-tier web app, a serverless API, and automated CI/CD pipeline or cloud based data pipeline with when recruits see real deploys of you stand out instantly. Position, this is where people usually take proper certificates because it puts if you want structure path for learning and want both in one place, the cloud and DevOps program, and with using easier it gives lab projects and even proper sequence without it's good for Google not mandatory of course, but helpful if you need guidelines or mentor support. That tip that make a GitHub full of your project, write small note on what you deploy, help during interviews, apply for internship even if stay active on cloud playground, focus on problem solving more than memorizing services. If you stay consistent, 6 months is more than enough to become job ready. College and be engineers top of practice and understanding why certain things build certain way. This is a funny post. In USA.
Let's just search. No JS. Bro, React in the backend framework. I'm just surfing. 1 minute ago. Must be a US citizen. PHP, React, Angular.